up, Ghost? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope we're doing wonderful tonight. Oh, got that #1 spot. Oh, Cosmo stole it with one comment. Oh, sniped it right on out. You sniped it right on out, like whatcha? It can't be revenge. You weren't there yesterday. We're inside with an all-new camera angle. You puppers can't hide from the camera now. Can't hide from the camera now. You can't. Oh, wait. You're hiding from the camera. What are you doing? I know, right? I was totally like, you can't hide from me now. And they were like, oh yeah, watch this. Totally backfired. Famous last words. You can't hide from me. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that happened either. Dude, get your butt back in here, please. Come on. Thank you. Come here, Richard. Come on. Come on. Sorry, not sorry. It's alright. You guys can fight for that #1 spot. And at noon, we'll do a song request. Whoever's #1 gets to make that request. Ooh. Should I make it so that whoever's #2 gets to make that request? Because it's really easy to have no engagement, and it's really easy to have lots and lots and lots of engagement. But what if you had to have a medium amount of engagement? Would you be able to keep yourself at #2? I don't know what it is. It should be the first one to get there, should be able to keep it. But it seems like as soon as somebody else gets to that level, they bump them to the top on purpose. I don't know. Thanks for coming out. How you guys doing today? How's everybody doing today? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thanks for those likes. Appreciate that thumbs up. Double tap that screen. Yeah, chat rate. YouTubing for sure. YouTube is kind of a dick sometimes. Happy birthday, Vodka! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you! I saw your message earlier. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you, and happy birthday. Oh, 15-year-old lab. I love old dogs. Old dogs are the best. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Ghost. Space Nut swooping in and take the number 2 spot. You better look out there, Cosmo. Space Nut's gonna, he knows the algorithm. He gonna take that spot from you. You watch. That's cute. I like old dogs. They're the best. It happens. It happens. I remember when I was, 12, 13 years old, I watched a movie called Children of the Corn, which is rated R. It's a gore movie. It's a horror and gore movie. Why do I feel so old? I didn't even do much yesterday. Holy crap. Yeah, I hear you. I anticipate having a lot of disagreements with the Board of Education and the school district because there's a lot of stuff they do for DII and I'm not interested. Or DEI, DIE, whatever the fucking diversity and ethnic inclusion, right? DEI, is that it? DEI, ethnic diversity and ethnic inclusion. Yeah. But they've gone overboard, and there's no middle ground. They need to tone it down. And I'm not interested in having my kid be a part of 2025 gender studies.
He can be a part of 1980s gender studies, because in 1980, everybody in the world believed there was only 2 genders. But 2025, people seem to think there's 25 genders. So he can be a part of 1980s gender studies, but he can't be a part of 2025 gender studies. I will not have it. Not interested. It's a very simple number. It's a single digit. The number is 2. There are only 2. By definition, in the Webster's Dictionary, by literal definition, there are only 2 genders. Oh no, I will have something to say. I will have something to say. My kid's gonna be that First Amendment kid who I get called into the principal's office all the time for using vulgar language, and I'm gonna be like, if it's First Amendment protected free speech, I want money. You need to pay me now for wasting my time. And I'm not gonna have him doing homework. If these teachers can't do their jobs in the 6 hours that we give them, we need to send our kids to school for longer. Stop sending our kids home with extra responsibilities that end up being the parents' responsibility and then detrimentally hurting the children in the long run. It's different if it's like an extended home project where you do it over the course of a couple months and there's a big grade involved. That's a different story. That's an engaged project that you have time to do and you're supposed to manage your time wisely. I'm not interested in doing this homework bullshit. Don't send my kid home with photocopies pieces of paper. I will fucking tear it up. My kid will go to school saying, I didn't do my homework because my dad ate it. My dad ate my homework. Like, I'm the type of motherfucker who will literally eat your photocopy piece of paper. Chew it up and swallow it right the fuck in front of you to make a point. Don't Xerox shit and send my kid home with it. That's not the way learning works. Just think about it, right? Think about what a schoolroom, what did a classroom look like in 1920, right? Just think about what a classroom looked like in 1920. Chalkboard, rows of desks, teacher's desk at the front. What does a classroom look like now? It's 100 years later. 100 years later, the classrooms still look the same. Chalkboard in the front, teacher's desk next to it, rows and rows of kids. And we know the education system isn't the best. So why aren't we trying to fix something that's clearly broken? When it starts getting to that point, I will start telling my kid, this is not a class that you have to participate in. And I'm going to argue with the school board. If they have a mandatory class on some of this 2025 woke bullshit, me and the school board are going to have a problem. I will be most likely trespassed. Like, we gonna have problems. My kid will not be mandatorily subject to taking these weird, unethical, woke classes as a requirement. Now, if he wants to take these classes as an elective, they don't count towards whether or not he graduates, that's fine. He wants to learn extra stuff about the woke culture, fine. Don't bring it into my house, but you can learn all you want. Learning is awesome. But if it ends up being mandatory and a requirement per graduation, we gonna have problems. For sure. I can't chill. I can't. It's about my kid's whole future. I'm very passionate about it. You guys can see when I love something, when I care about something, when something's important to me, I'm excited about it. I'm passionate about it. I gotta say my piece. I gotta get on my soapbox. I gotta let the people know. Facts, Aaron. Facts. The problem is the kids these days don't know how to search properly, so they need somebody to guide them on the internet. They need somebody to show them how to get the information to their brains. That's what a teacher's for. Kids are not going to wildly search the internet for interesting things to learn. They're going to search the internet for interesting things to watch. We know that. Visually and audially, they want entertainment. If we can get education to be part of that entertainment, boom, match made in heaven. That's so true. That's so true. And when you're a parent, you start to realize that it's your job to make sure the world doesn't fall apart by raising your kid in a way so that they don't destroy the world that you helped build part of. Right. Exactly. My own success because of the side quest. That's right. The success of my children. I always say, I'm not raising a child. I'm trying to raise an adult. Because that's the goal. The goal is to get him to adulthood where he can be independent on his own. And if I do a shitty job, he's going to be a shitty adult. Right? And then if he's a shitty adult, and his friends are also shitty adults because they had shitty parents, and their friends are also shitty adults, then you have this slew of people who were born after 2020 or born after 2000, and they're ignorant, they're easily influenced, their decision making is impaired and easily swayed. Like they don't have any educational knowledge to back the information that's on in their heads. They're consistently glued to entertainment, which if the entertainment takes any longer than 13 seconds, they lose interest. The attention span has gone way down. Nobody wants to do physical labor anymore. All the jobs that are important for building houses and maintaining the structure of this country are falling the fuck apart because nobody wants to do manual labor jobs anymore. All the trade jobs are dwindling. All of them. So yeah, it's really important as a parent to raise the next generation to not be a giant piece of shit. I'm just passionate about it. Don't you mind me if my passion is too much for you. Tune in tomorrow. We'll be back. Getting there, Cosmo's holding that number one spot.
Yeah, you motherfucker ruined it for all of us. You ruined it for all of us. Is that the one by Prince A?
That's the one by Prince A, right? Dear future generations. Yeah, he's basically saying, sorry we left you this world as a piece of shit. We fucked it all up before you got here. My bad.
Oh, this is recent. This is 2025 recent. I'm gonna watch it later, but I'm gonna add it to my home screen so that I can read it. Don't forget. I think it's time for some coffee. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Definitely that time. Time for coffee. Yeah. Yeah,
There's a saying that they use for camping. And the saying goes, take nothing but pictures, leave nothing but footprints. And I want you guys to think about that for a second. Take nothing but pictures, leave nothing but footprints. That's what's called our impact on our environment. And that's what's been destroying the natural environment of our world. It's because instead of just taking pictures, people want to take souvenirs. Instead of just leaving footprints, they leave garbage, trash, chaos behind them. If you truly want to respect nature and you want to respect this world, take nothing but pictures, leave nothing but footprints. I have stuff I watch like that too, Aaron. There's a couple different things I'll watch on the regular, just so that I can, like you said, remind myself, humble myself. Sometimes we need that reminder. You know, whether it be to get up off the ground and keep moving forward, or to stop being such a dick to other people. Whatever the case may be, anywhere in between. We need that mindfulness. As humans, we're instinctively forgetful on things that our brain does not seem as survival important. So whether or not you're showing up to baseball practice on time is not survival important, right? So our brain doesn't prioritize it. We need to remind ourselves that these things that are not survival important are also just as important. With mindfulness techniques, like Aaron said, listening to the same thing over and over and over and over and over may sound boring, but when you remind yourself once a day, twice a day, you know, once a week, once a month, once a year, it stays in your mind. And it will change your outlook. It'll change your perspective. It will change the way you move forward in a positive way. That sentence sums all kids up, yeah. 50% of the time, you can't get enough of them. They're awesome, you love them. The other 50% of the time, you just want to get rid of them. You want to pawn them off on the neighbors, like, here, you take these for the next 12 hours. I'll see you in 12. Oh, your cat's name is Oreo. We've had a cat named Oreo. It used to be named Princess, then we found out it's a boy. It's hard to tell, cats. Yeah. Mr. Oreo was a tuxedo cat too. He became Mr. Oreo after it was determined that he was not a princess. Well, he might have been a princess. There was no outward appearance of princessness. Put it that way. His outward appearance led us to believe that he was a mister. for you guys who pop in and on the regular, when you guys pop into a live stream that's outside this window this time, there's a good chance that I'll just be AFK in the background doing something. So if you want to interact with me and not just see the dogs, your best bet is to come during this window, because this is when I kind of force myself to be available to interact with the viewers. And outside of this window, it's a challenge. It might be a little bit easier in this upcoming weekend just because I'll have the house to myself. But I just wanted to remind people that it's typically outside of this window. I respond and interact with the viewers a lot less because I'm doing other things. But I want to make sure you guys get to see the doggos, so I put them up on live stream. What do we got here? We got about 20 minutes. 20 minutes till Cosmo gets to play her spot. Having trouble creeping up to that top spot, huh, bud? I did. I totally did start it. That's my thing, though. When I'm passionate about something, I gotta. I can't ignore it. I can't not say my piece. Especially when I've got the stage. How you gonna give me a stage and then tell me not to say my piece? That's silliness. That's silliness. Who's calling? We got a phone call coming in here. Hold on a second. There you go. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Oh, guys, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Zuma would have you beat with who is happier. Right, Zoom? You have Cosmo beat? Cosmo totally beat with your happiness. Yeah, Zuma's totally got you beat, Cosmo. I just got a call from my mom and dad and my nephew. They were up over the weekend. And they're heading back down to Jersey. Oh no, you scratched your knee. Douglas! What's up, Douglas? What's popping off, Kingston? Oh no. We'll be here. A little while longer. Oh, your cousin does. Well, I hope they feel better. I hope they're feeling better soon. Oh, that's good. Just a surface scratch then. Just a surface scratch. Not too bad. But you fall down skateboarding or something?
It is now officially noon.
It's now officially noon. Thank you to those of you popping in for your lunch break. See if we can't get a moment of quiet in here. Let's see. So I'm thinking that the best way to handle this is to look at the list as it stands. We've got Cosmo, Douglas, Aaron, Ghost, and Vadka in that order, 1 through 5, with matching numbers of XP. So what I'm thinking of is, in that order, assign everybody their current place as their number on the dice. So, do we want to roll 1 dice, or should we roll 2 dice? Let's just roll 1 dice. How's that? You gotta find a way so you guys can see me roll it though, right? Dance. Alright, let's roll the dice anyway. We'll try to make it fair. Alright, so we got this little container here. Alright, let's roll the dice. What do we land on? Number 3. There it is. Number 3. Aaron won. Now that's the best way fair to do it. Oh, you sure can? Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. If Aaron wants to pass it along to somebody else, we can do that for sure. I just wanted it to be fair for everybody. And a dice roll is the best way I could think of. Yeah, he's a nice guy. See? Aaron's a superstar in his making. I don't understand how these dice fit in here before and they don't fit now. There it is. Alright. Ghost is in the building. Virtual cookies. That's what I'm saying, Aaron. I don't need to be a superstar. I just need to hang out with superstars. Oh. Uh-oh. We're connected here on something. Oh, it's going to be this one. Yep. It's that one. All right. So the request was for Ocean Eyes by Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish. Here it is. And then I'll shut my giant trap while it's playing so you guys can hear it.
Phone is disconnected.
There it is. That wasn't much of a song, though, I'll be honest. I felt like there could have been more song. for review. We got a lot of messages up for review. It does sound like a great song, but it also doesn't sound like it's much of a song. There's not much happening in the song. I'm sure the lyrics are much better than the whole song itself. I wasn't really paying attention to the lyrics though. Jeez. It didn't occur to me how loud that fan was until I turned it off. Uh-oh. Kiddo forgot to take his tablet with him. That's gonna be rough.
Wrong.
Let's see. What do we got here? I know what today needs. Today needs hits from the bong.
Hammer on. Ready, pair.
Ready to pair.
Now connected.
Let's see. I don't think I have Band Lab on here. I should have. Oh, there it is.
guys think we should take this outside? What do you guys think? We don't have a ball to throw anymore. I'd have to go out and get one. We had a tennis ball that she enjoyed chasing around. Dana threw it into the field the other day and didn't go get it, and the lady who owns that field mowed the lawn. So now the tennis ball's in 1,000 pieces spread all over the lawn. We don't have a tennis ball for them anymore. Oh, the damn nut hedgehog. Yeah, the board. Maybe. They would probably go for that. I can see them going for that.
26 hours for last night's live stream. Oh yeah! And I got 53 hours for the night before. That's a whole under 100 hours in 2 days. That's baller right there. And I'm reaching 2,000 subs. I'm almost at 2,000, y'all. About 25 away, 24. They probably would. Although, I don't know, because people tune in the middle of the night and subscribe to the channel. I think last night it was like 62 subscribers. Or 52, something like that. It was over 50. But they probably would. You're probably right about that. They would probably reward me for being active on camera. I've noticed that when there's a stagnant camera, the algorithm for some reason doesn't seem to like that, even though it's of the two options between a mobile camera and a stagnant camera. I always prefer to watch a stagnant camera because not everybody's a good cameraman. But it seems like the algorithm kind of punishes you for having a decent camera. Like for having good camera angles and a decent quality picture and a picture that doesn't move around and make your viewers dizzy. Apparently it's not what the people want. Even? I'm kind of grooving this beat right now, I'm not gonna lie. Anybody else finding this beat kind of catchy? Ooh, feed ASMR. Yeah. This is what I would call like go music. You know, it's not exactly drum and bass, and it's not exactly psytrance, but it's got that beat that kind of keeps you like cruising along. You know, like it gives you that momentum to take the next step, which in turn gives you the momentum to take the next step, and then the next step, and then before you know it, your momentum is moving. Or procrastinate, yeah, one or the other. I'll either get something done or I'll get nothing done. That's my life to a T right there. I'll either accomplish the world or I will accomplish nothing. I either get it all done or I get nothing done. That's how my life goes, for sure. Yeah, I'm big on procrastination. I like to procrastinate until the very last moment, and then crunch time. Lock it all in. I was like that with school projects, too. I had this one project I was doing for history class, and I had like 3 months to do this project, and just didn't do it. I waited until the day of the project being due, and I brought to school with me a poster board and a glue stick. That's it. I had a poster board and a glue stick. I went to the library on lunch an hour before the class was supposed to start, and I printed out a bunch of stuff and then I glued it to this poster board. I got a B+. The glue was still wet when I turned it in, and I still got a B+. Oh yeah, definitely is procrastination. We gotta get you that type to speak. Or speak the type, so you can just speak right into your computer and then tell it to hit the enter key. Like mainstream school? But your grammar is horrible, Cosmo. Your grammar is horrible, though. No, I just think you type too fast, Cosmo. You're excited about getting the message out. And then by the time you read it, it's already out. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, cool! So you're that creepy bird watching guy from UK. We are. We got a few minutes here before we're gonna head out. I wanna consume some more of my coffee, maybe make another cup. Should we go outside or should we just be in the car? Oh no, the farm owner's in prison now? Well, jeez. Was it animal cruelty? Outside throwing a hog? We'll have to set camera up out there. Hopefully not lose internet connection. Ooh, goodness. Yeah. A guy who owns an owlery gets put in jail. Kind of sounds like animal cruelty to me. If I had to guess, that's what I would guess. There we go. We got an official poll started now. Alright, give me a couple minutes here to indulge myself in some coffee and some cannabis, and then we will attempt to set up elsewhere. But as I move the camera and things like that, I'll have to turn it off. Just keep that in mind. We won't be doing any tours of the house today. Let me check with the temperature here, make sure it's not too ungodly bad for them. 81. 81 is, it's a bit hot, so we probably won't be out there too long. Thank you, Aaron. I'll check out that link in the Discord. Well, she's just in time for a change of scenery. Didn't mean to blow my nose in your ear. I'm sorry about that. Go spell! And Mr. Space Nuts here too, I think. If not here personally, here in spirit. We got 1 for staying in, 2 for going out. We don't have a time limit on today's live stream. So we could literally go for the next 3 days, I think, if we wanted to, and not end the live stream if it didn't have internet connection problems. So, I'm going to give the poll a couple minutes to get a couple more votes. And then, depending on what the poll says, and I'm pretty sure it's going to say we go outside, then I'll bring you guys outside. Now, the camera angle that you guys got right now is above my head. Literally, the entire phone sits taller than me. It's a very downward angle from like the top of the door jamb. So, should I keep a similar angle when I take you guys outside? Or should I bring it much lower to the ground so you can get more face-to-face kind of view? What would you guys rather see? Like a fly on the wall kind of like this outside? I mean, either way, it's going to be kind of like a fly on the wall. A midpoint somewhere in the middle. All right. I could bring it down like another foot or so. But this was the best way. Putting it up super high was the best way I could include the most of the room. But sometimes I do the live stream. I'll put the phone so that it's like literally 2 feet off the ground. It's at knee height. So when they come anywhere near the phone, their face is right up in it, like they're getting in your face. But the perspective is for you guys, right? I can get in their face. They can get in my face. I want you guys to enjoy the camera angle that I'm putting it at because it's going to be stagnant. It's really hard to play with the pups and hold the camera. I was trying to do fireworks yesterday, and Zuma kept trying to eat them. So keep an eye out for some content coming up where Zuma's trying to eat some fireworks. I kept telling her to go away, leave them alone, but she wouldn't. She kept trying to get in there and eat them. But she still has nose hairs, so I don't know. Maybe it didn't bother her that much. Ooh, laser tag, nice. You go out there and show those kids who's boss. You win that laser tag match. And get kicked out if you have to. They tell you you're not allowed to run in there, but you're a grown-ass adult. You should run anyway. Or because you have a long stride, just take long strides instead of running, and you can tell them, I'm not running, I'm just taking big steps. I'm taking big steps in a quick way, I'm not running. You tell them it's power stepping, power strides. It's not running, it's power strides. My running does not identify as running. My running identifies as power strides. Okay, Mr. Laser Tag, sir. Oh, is the bet ice cream? That'll teach them not to gamble. If that's the bet, that would definitely teach my kid not to gamble. I'm the kind of parent that would, it sounds cruel, but I'm the kind of parent that would bet my kid ice cream, and then when they lost the bet, eat my ice cream right in front of them. Like, I might share a scoop here and there, right? But they're not going to get their own ice cream because they lost that bet. And that's going to be the lesson in gambling. That's going to be the lesson in losing a gamble. But my kiddo already knows, let's make a deal. I'll say that to him all the time. I'll say, come here, let's make a deal. If you do this, then I will do this. You know, if you complete this task, then you will receive this reward. But if you do not complete this task, there will not be a reward. You know, that kind of thing. And he responds really well to that because he knows what to expect after completing the task. And that's really what when the communication between him and me is really good, that's what it is. When the expectation is exactly what he's expecting. So I find our interactions are much better in public. Before we go out, if I prep him by saying, this is what you're going to expect while we're out in public. And I don't think Dana really takes the time to do that, and I feel like she has a much more difficult time with him out in public. So maybe that's something worth, you know, sitting Dana down and talking to her about it. Be like, look, if you know, tell him what to expect when he's out there, with no ifs, ands, or buts about it, then, you know, he's going to act better for you. Because a lot of times I'll take him into the store and I'm like, when we go in here, we're going in here for X, Y, Z, and that's it. Don't ask me for anything else. And he'll be like, well, what about this and that, Dad? And I'll be like, look, if you ask me for those things, you will get nothing. And he knows. He knows there's no arguing with me at that point. Once I said that's what's happening, that's what happens. There's no arguing the point. It's at that point, it's fuck around and find out. And he knows that. And I've used that phrase with him. I'm like, this is what it is. You want to fuck around and find out? He knows. He knows Daddy means business when I say stuff to him. Good. My kid's usually on good behavior too. It's good to hear. Alright. You're probably gonna have to watch your ear holes here. I'm gonna make more coffee. And it likes to do this gurgling and then slurching and then ear popping scratch noise while it's dispensing water. I don't know if it's far enough not to pop your ear holes, but take it easy, Cosmo. Later. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate you. We've missed you the last couple days you weren't here. So it's nice to see you coming back again. You have a wonderful day. Be nice to each other. Stay safe.
Take it easy, Ghost Bell. Thank you for coming out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have fun, Ghost Bell. Enjoy your day.
Kick those kids' arses. Have fun.
Beep beep. Making more coffee here, and then we'll get going with the being outside part. Looks like that's the way the poll is rolling anyway. 3 votes, 2 of them are first. Going outside.
Lunch hour is officially over.
There it is. Lunch hour is officially over. If you came here on your lunch hour and you got to go back to work at some point, it is now time for you to go back to work. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you. We love you. That also means that our regularly scheduled live stream has come to a conclusion. We are now operating outside of our regularly scheduled window. Anything could happen. I tell people not to bother my life between 11 and 1. Most people are able to comply with that. It's a very small window of time when I'm requesting not to be bothered, so I can be here for you guys. But outside of that time, it's pretty random, you guys. So, go to the store, we might do some wood burning, we might play video games, we might play fetch outside. I mean, it could be up in the air, totally random. The other thing I want you guys to remember is outside of that 11 to 1 window, there's no expectation of me to be present. So there's a fairly high chance, maybe 50-50, that outside of that window I might be AFK. Not always the case. It's more common in the evenings when the doggos are sleeping on the couch and you get that really close-up view of them in the evenings. That's typically the angle that I'll do because I can see the phone from where I'm sleeping next to them. So those are more like 80% chance I'll be AFK. But if I remember in the mornings or the phone doesn't die before then, I will subscribe to everybody who comes in and says something in chat. That's been the case today while we've been live. Everybody who's come in and chatted, I'm subscribed to you. And that'll be the case whenever I go live. There's a few live streams that I just haven't been able to go back and make time to sift through them because the processing took so long. That's the issue with the longer ones. The longer the live stream, the longer the processing. And the longer the processing takes, if I didn't get a chance to get in there while it was live and subscribe to everybody who chatted, then I have to go in after it's published. So I have to wait for it to process. And that's where it becomes a time management issue. That's on me. I'll try. But if you keep coming back in and I keep seeing you, eventually I will subscribe to you for chatting in chat. I've got to say, I think I've only missed like maybe 2 live streams that I haven't gone through. They were really long live streams and I just didn't have the time to do it when I woke up for after being asleep for 10 hours. And then either the phone was dead or the live stream was just too long for me to go through at that moment, and I just haven't had a chance to do it. But for the most part, I will subscribe to everybody who comes in and chats, especially if you're doing it between 11 and 1. Between 11 and 1, I'll get you, for sure. I'm here, I'm present, I'm with you guys. I'm here to chat with you between 11 and 1. But outside of that window, it's up in the air. I try. It's like 80% of the time, I make it happen. Oh no, you're perfectly fine. You go ahead and take your nap. Ain't nobody gonna give you any gruff at all, Miss Space Knight. You've got seniority around here. You get to slap around some of the head guys in charge if you wanted to. Don't you worry about being here. You're here exactly when you're expected to be here. There is no late. Time is an invention of man. And who am I to let another man determine whether or not I'm late to where I want to be, when I want to be there on my time? So you're here exactly when you're meant to be here. Thank you for showing up. We appreciate your presence. And I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope your sleep was great. It's a gorgeous day outside, so we're getting prepared here to go do that. In a moment here shortly, the screen will go black, and then I will move my tripod, aka ET. I call it ET because I used to put a sweatshirt around it to cover all those unsightly wires and stuff. Yeah, Miss Space Nut, you may not be blue, but I'm pretty sure you got more power in this live stream than Aaron does. If I had to guess, if you asked me to kick his butt to the curb, I might have to. Oh, we got 3-1 voting for going outside. You got it, guys. We'll get there. I'm just finishing up this cup of coffee I made, and then we'll go. We're doing great here. The missus and Bestie are on the road. They're headed to a adventure hotel, a themed, excitable, friggin'. I don't want to say the name of it. But the hotel that they're going to is also kind of like a theme park. So it's got water slides, and it's got an arcade, and it's got a jungle gym area where, you know, the kids can climb around on these rope ladders and these, you know, like it's not a jungle gym. What do they call those? You know, they get all harnessed up and then they climb around inside these little rope cages. I forget what those are called. But so she's going to be there for a couple days. And I'll have the house to myself, so. She would throw me under the bus to keep her integrity. Oh no. Not throwing him under the bus. Just to the curb. The bus will squish him. The curb will just break an arm or something. Yeah, he's been there a few times. I went there one time, and I brought Zuma with me, and they're really super awesome about the service dogs. And of course, we didn't go into the pool, and he was a little turd about it. Every time we went anywhere in the pool, he would always put himself in a place that was right out of my eyesight, and I would have to move. And he would be out of my eyesight for like, I don't know, maybe 120 seconds, like maybe 2 minutes, enough to make me fucking panic. It feels a lot longer than it is. It probably is more like 10 seconds. And my brain was like, oh my god, it's been 5 minutes, I haven't seen him. So, but he'll play somewhere for a few, and then I'll move because I panic about not being able to see him. And then he'll move to another spot that I can't see him. You know, it'll be blocked by a slide or a platform or something, that some other kind of cool water structure. You know, and their indoor water park area is massive. Absolutely massive. They've got a section for the kids and toddlers that doesn't get any taller than 1.5 feet. And then they've got a section for kids and toddlers and young adults and preteens that doesn't get any taller than 1.5 feet. And then they've got like this little pool that doesn't get any taller than 4.5 feet. And then they've got the hot tub. And then, of course, like I said, they've got the water slides. And then they've got the giant pool area with the swimming lanes, and there's a wave pool in there, and they've got all these cool mechanisms that collect water and then dump them at a certain point, and it's like, it's real fun. And like I said, they've got an arcade there, and they've got that monstrous jungle gym rope cage thing that I can't remember the name of, that they climb around in, and they have these activities. It doesn't look like she brought them, did she? Nope. She didn't bring either one of them. So she'll probably get a new one while she's there. But they have these wands, and they play this game called Magic Quest, or Magi Quest is what it's called. And so there's these little platforms and stuff set up all around the building where they can wave their little wand at it. And this is what they look like. And they get these little wands there, and they come with these little inserts that go in the middle. This one is lighting up because it has its insert. So they wave these little wands at the things that are all around the building, and it triggers some kind of response from that little thing, and then you gain points. And when you go to the Magi store, you can buy stuff with those points. Like you can win prizes and things. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't want to go. I'm not a huge fan of traveling because it's out of the state. And I didn't want to be in the car for that long. I didn't want to be away from home for that long. You know, I wanted to have the opportunity to work if I needed to. I don't know. It's a lot of public for me, but it's one of those destination points where you don't need to leave the hotel. Everything is there. Like there's restaurants inside the building, there's little convenience stores inside the building, and of course everything is crazy priced. You know, like you're gonna pay $2 for a 50-cent candy bar, but it's definitely a destination point if you can get it for a decent price to stay in one of the rooms. And all the activities are geared towards kids having a good time. So they even have like these in the lobby area. They'll have these performances where like one of them is yoga. One of them is there's somebody dressed up as I think a bear, and they're singing and dancing up there, and the kids are singing and dancing with them. And I think another one of them is like circle time or something. They have like 15 different events that they'll do out in the lobby just for the kids. And like each event lasts somewhere between a half an hour and an hour. And then they move on to the next event. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I went just to see what it was all about and have the experience, and I wanted to bring Zuma to have that training. And we had a really good time. It was a little bit tough for me to experience a lot of the stuff because I had Zuma, like enjoying the pool, But I'm not really a public pool person. Like I don't know. I think when I was somewhere in my early adulthood, I just stopped enjoying the sound of whistles being blown all the time and stop running, no splashing, no cannonballs, like no cannonball, like it's just the public pool, like feel. I think I just don't like it anymore. I got to the point where that stuff started to bother me because I went to the pool to relax. I enjoyed the experience that I had with the kiddo and the missus and Zuma, and she had a good experience. And I got to see some wild shit. Some guy threw his car in reverse and got it stuck in a ditch. He was literally bottomed out with both of his wheels just kind of teeter-tottering from either side. He couldn't get traction because the middle of his car was stuck on the ditch. So that was interesting to watch. He had a Chevy Suburban. And he backed it up out of his spot and then rolled it through the spot behind him and then over the grassy area and into a ditch. And at the top, the ditch was 15 feet across. and the ditch is probably 10 feet deep. So there's a really good pitch. Like the angle from the bottom of the ditch to the top of the ditch, it was easily like 60 degrees. It was easily a 60-degree angle. And this guy, I didn't see it happen. I went out there to walk Zuma and witnessed this guy stuck in the ditch trying to get himself out. But he was just teeter-tottering. Neither of his tires were hitting the ground. His front tires were just squealing on the asphalt because they couldn't get any traction. There was no weight on the front of the car. And the back tires had already ripped up all the dirt, so there was no traction back there. And the middle of the car, the chassis, was just sitting on that little piece of asphalt, like the tiny little curb asphalt thing. They put like a little curb turd around the perimeter of the parking lot. And his car was caught up on that little curb turd. Yeah. No, we didn't bring her into the pool. For some reason, since she's been a puppy, she doesn't really like the water. I think it's because I don't go in when I'm with her. So we don't really have that experience. I think if I went in the water, she would. But because most places that I'm taking her are public pools and public pool areas, it's kind of frowned upon to have your dog in the water. Especially places like that amusement park, you know, that splash zone water park area. For health and safety reasons, I really shouldn't have her in the water. So I didn't go in and I didn't bring her in. So we just walked around the perimeter. And then, of course, she hated it when I forced her to go in the tub after filling it with 2 inches of water, because she had been walking around all that chlorine. You know, so immediately after getting back to the hotel room, after being in the pool area, I wanted to make sure she wasn't going to get sick by licking her paws. I wanted to make sure that she wasn't going to get a chlorine burn on the bottom of her paws. So I immediately put her in the tub after filling it with 2 inches of water, and we just kind of walked around the tub for a little bit. You know, 5 or 10 minutes, and I cleaned her belly and her legs, anywhere that might have splashed on her. I don't want her getting chemical burns. You know, we care so much about these doggos, we really do. You know, I'm extra careful about her paws in the winter. You know, if I see somebody might have not pet-friendly salt, I won't take her out of the car. I won't let her walk around out there on those not pet-friendly salt. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's because I don't get in the water and I force her to do things like when she rolls in crap to take a bath, or when she's been stepping around in chlorinated water, I force her to clean her paws. So I think she's kind of shied away from the water. About a year ago, I pushed her in. And we were walking on the dock and I pushed her in. She didn't really like that. So maybe I've just traumatized her to the point where she doesn't really like going in the water. Or maybe she's afraid of it because she thinks that I'm afraid of it. Almost yesterday. Yesterday I almost got her to go in. But yeah, most places, they don't even like them in the pool area. Like this one time we were at a hotel. Because Dana likes to just book hotel just to get away once in a while. So we were at this hotel just for random getting away purposes. And I had her in the pool area, and I was sitting on one of the little pool chairs there, and I had Zuma on her leash. And she was all vested, you know, she was in her orange vest that said, service dog, do not distract, do not touch, you know, in training, do not distract, do not pet. You know, her service vest, the orange one, It's got like 10 different Velcro stickers on it. And one of the maintenance guys came in and said she couldn't be in there. And I was like, she's a service dog. And he was like, it doesn't matter. And I was like, I think you need to speak to your manager. I think it would have been a different story had she been in the pool, and I decided I was going to refuse to take her out of the pool. As far as I can tell, there's nothing against having her in the pool, but I think I've just determined that for health and safety reasons that she shouldn't be in the pool. But also because chlorine really isn't good for her skin. And of course, we made sure she was hydrated. It's me, Zooey. Zooey, I was shaking my foot. That was me. That was me. Really, I was just wiggling my foot, okay? And it scooched the bar stool. Yeah, that was me. You guys can relax. Just finishing my coffee here, and then everybody will go outside and we'll have fun. Yeah? What do you think of that, lady? You want to go outside too? It might be a little hot out there for you guys. Oh, you need to go outside? Pickle potty? Oh, what a stretch. Good stretch, girlie. You gotta get the potty. Yeah. Still hanging out on Letty over here. Let's see if I can scooch you. You can see these guys. I am live. See? Hold up 2 fingers, 4 fingers, 5. You fucking turds. Oh man. They didn't even want to go outside because they had to pee. They wanted to go outside because they wanted to sunbathe. Little fucking turds. Let me see if there's anything out there I'm not interested in sharing on the internet. No, just some torn up dog mess here. Let me see if the camera will reach over there. Give me a second. I'm going to turn off mic and camera, and I'm going to adjust you guys. Get it prepared for being outside. Still here. We're still moving it around just a little bit. Let me get us situated out here. I'm going to split the difference in the height. There's two of them, they wanted to sunbathe. No, but you can see all the crap. They like to dig next to the house. So we've had to put, that's a pallet with a piece of plywood on top of it, and then a runner carpet. Yeah, they're enjoying it. And then we've got, so you see, this is real grass over here, but then we've got an area over here that's fake grass, and of course you can see the stairs that we don't actually use have basically fallen apart. They've dug holes underneath the stairs, so the stairs became unattached from the house. And I just took the railings off because Annie jumping the fence, we had to have a line hooked up out here, kind of in the roof. And it kept getting caught up on the railings that we don't use. So I took the railings off of the stairs. And the stairs just need to be replaced altogether and fixed, and there's got to be like some kind of padding underneath so the dogs can't dig underneath it, because they dug a big hole right underneath it. You can see right over here where I kind of tried to fill it with some of this carpet end, but they dug a hole right underneath the stairs there, and the stairs fell into the hole. Yeah, they did make it personal for them. Of course, we've got this ugly air conditioner in the top left here that I could probably avoid if I bring the camera angle down just a little bit. Let me turn this sound off so that I can bring you guys down without blowing out eardrums. One sec. There we go. Less air conditioner in the shot. More dog. Yeah, but if it wasn't for this grass, you'd see all kinds of garbage and bullshit that they keep dragging out here. Because a lot of times when it's a nice day and it's not too hot outside, today's pretty hot. Today would be a nice day for air conditioning, but it's still t-shirt weather. But on days when it's cool out, you know, we'll leave the door wide open for them to come in and out as they please. And so when they get into stuff, they like to run out here and hide with whatever they've absconded with. Holy moly. That one section of our yard is the weeds there are like 4 feet tall. It's hard to mow or weed whack this area because if you weed whack the area, you're going to be throwing dog poop everywhere. And if you mow it, you have to, there's no gate. So you would have to lift the mower over the fence or drag the mower through the house. Yep, happy and safe, exactly. Plenty of food and water, people that love them, and room to run. Let's see, these are 8-foot fence sections, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections of fence. And then 2 3/4, so maybe like 6 feet of fence on either end. 2, 8, 8 and 6. So it's like 14 feet by 40. 14 by 40 is what this yard is. Yeah, 8 times 5 is 40. Yep. Oh, getting a phone call. What up, hooligan? I said, what up, hooligan? You've been calling me? Oh. No, I said, what's up, hooligan?
Phone is disconnected.
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that? I don't have Fortnite. Well, the Android device that I've got right now is being used. So we've got you on the phone, and then I'm live streaming with the doggos. I know it's outside the window. But that's just the one I scheduled for every day. No. But I still live stream outside of that window. I gotta grab this one here so I can keep on top while I'm on the phone. Sorry, I wiggle you around too much, guys. Oh no. Hold on one sec. Enjoying Annie over there. try to keep that stupid thing from wiggling so damn much. All right, can you repeat that? Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, I told him because he's a minor that I wouldn't collaborate with him having his content on there with his face. Right, right. No real names, no locations, and if you're a minor, I can't collaborate with somebody who's got their personal self. Like, just ethically, I can't. That would put that person at risk. Yeah, the collaboration, he would be a guest on my YouTube live stream. So if his face is up there, that puts him at any kind of identity protection kind of risk. So as a minor, he shouldn't have his face on camera there. And also, YouTube will suppress your views as a minor. Right. You're at least 16, right? Okay, well, so the rule with YouTube is, the reason I'm asking is, their rule is 16. So they will suppress your views, and they will kind of make you invisible to search. And unless you meet the criteria of the people that are able to consent for themselves. Yeah. So that's their cutoff for I guess presenting yourself on the internet. And therefore I have to play by their rules if I want them to pay me. So it's not it's not a personal stab. It's, if you want to win their game, you have to play by their rules. That's all. That's all it is. And you never came over so I could teach you how to do it. Did you figure it out? Okay. Let me know when it's finished updating and I'll walk you through it. So you can figure out how to delete content. You can also change the visibility. Hey, if you don't want to delete that content, it's still going to count towards YouTube unless it's considered private. Like if it's considered unlisted, it'll still count towards YouTube. I guess it would depend on the context. That's what I figured you were talking about. I've heard of it. It might be worth just making a whole new account with a new email. It might be worth making a new account with a new email. Like fresh material, fresh account. How many subscribers do you have? can easily replace 3 subscribers. I can get you 3 subscribers within your first guest appearance on my account. I think you should just make a new account. I mean, yeah, your parents should have access to what you're putting on the internet. I have no idea how that works, but I know that Google and YouTube are owned by the same people. I don't know. You can log into your account on multiple devices. So if you created a new account, Grandma and Grandpa could easily log into it if you give them the account email. So like for me, I have Zuma's account and then I have my account, and I'm easily able to switch between them. But like I said, it might be worth it to make a new account because your footprint on that account. Google tracks everything, literally. Like every keystroke you make on Google is tracked by Google. So your footprint on YouTube with that account already exists. I recommend that you start with a new footprint. New content, new footprint. It's different than rebranding. Rebranding is something you do when you can't create and start new. You know, the point that I'm at right now with 2,000 subscribers, I wouldn't be able to just start over. You know, but with 3 subscribers, your first guest appearance, I can get you 3 subscribers. I promise you that. There are 3 of my viewers, if I asked them to, would go over to your account and subscribe. So, and then of course you can always call your friends again and have them subscribe. Yeah. But either way, for YouTube, you got to be 16 to create content with your personal face on it. They don't feel like you're old enough to consent prior to 16, and therefore they will throttle your views. They will kind of hide your content. It's like a shadow hiding, so that people won't see it unless you direct them to you. Well, there's nothing against criminals being on YouTube. Well, those would be the type of content I'd be willing to collaborate with. You know, the cat content or the video game stuff. I think the best option here is to just delete that account and create a new one. Because his YouTube footprint is already on that. No. I can teach you, I can walk you through on how to get rid of that YouTube account, but you need to create another one with that access to that email. Right. You're going to get rid of the old one with the old footprint, and you're going to start fresh with a new footprint. Well, then how is he going to watch my content? Are you guys going to pull it up on the TV or something? Unless you have an account. Right. Right. Yeah, you should wait until you're 16 to make a YouTube account. You changed the power company? Wow. So you just pretended to be dad? Do you know when you do that, that's a felony? Well, it's tampering with communications, which is the part that includes the mail. That's a felony by itself. And then also, you're tampering with somebody's utilities. That's a felony by itself. And then you're impersonating somebody else in order to shut off their utilities. Pretty sure that's a felony by itself. And then to sign as somebody else is considered forging their signature. That's a felony. If he claimed to be you and used an electronic signature, then yeah. So, dude, you need to be careful. If you don't know what the consequences are for your actions, you really shouldn't do them. Because if you had gotten in trouble with the law right there, that's 4 felonies, dude. They're not going to try you as a minor. They're going to try you as an adult with 4 felonies. You hear what I said? When you rack up charges that are that serious, they don't charge you as a child anymore. Once you're 16, you have passed the threshold of understanding the difference between good and bad. And you can and will be held responsible for your actions in a court of law. Right. So switching somebody's phone service or switching somebody's utility company without their consent is at minimum a felony of forging somebody's name. So whether or not that was 1 felony or 4 felonies is the difference between 5 years in jail and 30 years in jail. And then when you come out, you're going to temporarily have your right to vote stripped from you, right? You're never going to have a right to own, use, possess a firearm or any body armor. Do you know that? Not only can you not be on the offensive as a felon, you're not allowed to be on the defensive either. You're not allowed to own body armor as a felon. I'm just saying, there are privileges that are taken away from you when you become a felon. You won't be able to live in certain areas near schools and things like that. In a lot of cases, they tell you you're not allowed to be on social media. So you wouldn't be allowed to have Facebook or YouTube. Yeah. They're serious about it nowadays. They don't want felons interacting with the general public, and they make it really difficult for them to do that. Part of my old job was to help people, and one of my clients was a felon, and he wasn't allowed to live anywhere near a school within a certain distance. Pretty much damn near every job turned him down because of his felony status. You know, every rental place and lease agreement that he was trying to get into just wasn't interested because of his felony status. You know, there's consistent reports that he's got to make to the police on a regular, scheduled basis. I'm just saying, If once you become a felon, your whole life is then monitored. All right. So let's see. So what I usually do is swipe down to bring up my notifications. Okay, swipe down. Hold on. Slow down and just listen. Swipe down from the top of the screen to bring up your notifications. I'm trying to teach you how to delete that. Are you deleting the email account or just the YouTube account? Are you deleting the YouTube account or the email account? Okay. Drag from the top, bring up your notifications menu. Okay. If you're going to delete your YouTube account, you need to go into your YouTube. I'll walk you through it without deleting my own, but I'll show you how it's done. So you're going to go into your YouTube account. You can't really, I don't know how to do it. You have to go to the studio. I don't know, like I've never deleted the YouTube account. I know where the button is to do it. You're gonna go to settings. I'm looking for the exact menu here. It's one of these menus here. General. Maybe. All right, hold on. Maybe it's you click your name and we click edit. I don't know where it's at now. Let's see. Settings. Here, data and YouTube. Well, I'm trying to have you delete it so that it goes away from YouTube, not just your phone. Yeah. Looks like they're done sunbathing. Hold on, ladies. Cardio is back. Come on over here, Letty. There you go, Bugs. Yeah. Hold on. You guys eat too fast. We gotta give Letty a chance to eat hers. Kinkins. Oh, here's a piece. Oh, Kin got hers. Zuma. Bring you guys back a little bit so you can actually see them. Kinda, anyway. Annie. Really, Sue? You didn't want it? You just abandoned that whole snack? What? You didn't want that snack? What? You're okay. You just gave that whole snack to Annie. Bumping the camera. Where's your hedgehog, you guys? Huh? Where's your toy? Where's your toy? barking at loud now? Rocky's Fun Zone is back with the Rocky. Hi, Alice. How's it going, Alice? Hey, get on over here in the app and I'll send you a subscription. So far, I got everybody. What? Wolf is live? What's Wolf doing live? It ain't his time of day to be live. He's sitting over there like a people. We know we already have Rocky Fun Time as a subscription. So we got that. Maybe I'll back you up a little bit more. You'll be able to see Zooey. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you were sitting like a people zoo. I saw you. And it looks as though the votes have come in and the people have spoken, Aaron. 27 votes. 67% said they want me to stay inside. What are you barking at? You have good singing? Yeah, you guys have a good time singing? It's like, I was stressed out. I didn't know what was happening, but I sung anyway. Sung my little heart out. Betty's not sure why we were singing, but she was singing anyway. Did you want to do more sunbathing? Is that what you're telling me, kids? You're going to go outside? You're going to go outside? What? Girl. So fucking cute. gonna want me to call him back. My nephew wants me to play Minecraft with him. The chance of Luffy interesting. Right, let's see. Cool. Jeez, stop fucking texting me. Holy crap. Can't stand that. That's why I just fucking have phone conversations. Ines. Hello, Ines. tried to tell them that we tried this before and we couldn't do it because we weren't on the same server. We had to be in realms. It has to be done in realms. You can't play with people who are not on the same Wi-Fi unless you're any different. You're in the same realm. It's too freaking stubborn to listen to me. The dog gave overnight spawn camping. That's funny. Camper, no camping. Camper, no camping. $34 votes. Let's see. No, still staying inside is winning it. Still staying inside is winning. Let me call this mofo. Let me figure out what's going on here. Where's my headphones? I hate being on this brick. This thing's too fat. Ooh, MacGyver, huh? You got any plywood laying around? Maybe scrap carpet? That's what I've seen work. And that's what I've done before. So you get your plywood, right? And you turn it into an isosceles triangle. And you put the carpet on the slant. And then every 6 or 8 inches or so, you take another sliver of carpet and you staple it to the top to kind of give like a track. That's what I did. At one point in my life, I was dating a girl whose family liked dachshunds. That was their big thing. Dachshunds are tiny little wiener dogs and couldn't get up on the bed unless they had that little ramp. Holy moly, refrigerator, you're so loud. Holy moly, refrigerator. Ooh, I got another idea. If you've got a traveling suitcase, right, you could pack your suitcase to the brim and then put it at the foot of the bed. If the doggo only needs a step up, or maybe 2 steps up, a suitcase should be able to do it. That'd be big enough. Wouldn't take up too much space. The plywood and carpet idea is a little bit more permanent. So if you got a luggage bag that you can pack right up to the brim, whether it be with comforters or, you know, clothes, maybe the winter jackets, you know, and give it a little bit of stability so it doesn't collapse under the dog's weight. That might give it a step up. Ghost Bell is back! One more until you can go live. One more sub. Let's see, who we got in here that isn't already subscribed to Ghost Bell? Can we get somebody to subscribe to Ghost Bell? So we can get her number 50. Oh, I can. I can with Zuma. Alright. There you go, Ghost Bell. You got 50 now. Dana! I gave you a sub on Zuma's account. Ghost Bell. I saw that she wasn't subscribed to you, so I put a subscription for that. Check my messages. Yeah, I turned off the sound because Adam was messaging me like every 2 seconds. Love you too. Be safe. Letty, Mama said you're beautiful. She didn't even flinch. Alright, buddy, I love you. Be good for Dana. I will check on those packages to see if they got delivered. Yep, they got delivered. I brought them inside. Patiently waiting to decide which seat she wants to occupy. No, no seat. Right on the floor. Oh, nice. That's cute. We still have a few fireworks left. I'm going to post some content up at some point over the next couple of days. My phone's telling me one person in here. That can't be right. Did I glitch out? Yes. Now it's showing me 3. I was going to say that's weird because there are people currently talking. And one of my other phones is currently watching also. So if literally one other person and me are watching, it can't be one. Because I had Zuma's account watching also. That's how I'm checking up on comments. That was weird. It just randomly dropped from like 7 to 1. What are you doing out there, YouTube? What are you doing? Get it together, YouTube. Come on, we can't handle this nonsense. You're a multi-billion-dollar organization. Get your shit together. There's no excuse for a company like YouTube to be fucking up this much. That's just silly. Oh, that's like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. As long as you've got your towel, right? Good to go, as long as I've got my towel. Just gonna munch on this corner of my towel for some sustenance. Mmm, the snozzberries. It's like snozzberries. And when we're referring to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, we're referring to the book, not the movie. The book and the movie are not the same thing. I don't think they're even the same freaking storyline. No, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, not Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm getting the two mixed up. Right, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is a book that I don't think was ever made into a movie. Goodbye, and thanks for all the fish. Yeah. I want to paint something with that black. Okay, alright. Yeah, I want to paint something with that black. The black that's just so black that it absorbs all light around it. Literally, light cannot, like, light will bend trying to go past it. That kind of black. That's my kind of black. The kind of black that, like, you've got to look away because it swallows your eyes. Yeah, I read it on audiobook. And I listened to the sequel too. The Restaurant at the End of the Universe, which is one of the sequels to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe. That was a good one too. Yeah, soon enough you'll just get to relax and chill out. Right? Enjoy the spoils. Or proverbial spoils. You better not be breaking the bank for collar can monies. My pride is going to get in the way if you're breaking the bank for collar can monies. If it's just extra coffee money that you'd be spending on it, it's one thing. But if it's like a month worth of food that you could have bought instead, I think I might feel bad. bottom's ready for more rips. It is. I know there's no such thing as extra income, but I'm hoping that this is what's the word I'm looking for here? Part of the flexible budget. Like I said, I don't want to take food out of anybody's mouths. If you're compromising one part of your budget to help me, that I would rather wait. We already know that you like to give your time away for free. So let's not also give our money away for free. You know, I've gotta. You know, I'm just as generous as the next nice guy. But at some point, you gotta make sure that you're still feeding yourself, right? It'd be nice if we could all help the world. But there's no help that we can give if we put ourselves in a hole. So yeah, don't put yourself in a hole to forward something else. You know, I'd feel bad about it if I thought about it like that. So if it's not expendable income, then we should just wait. I'm still waiting on my merch to come in from TikTok. TikTok did a collaboration with Rare Wolf, and I got chosen as one of the viewers to receive merch. And I gave them my t-shirt size and my address, and I'm still waiting for my merch. So when that comes in, I'll show it off to you guys. We're going to do a face reveal to show off some merch. But I can't show off the merch that they send me unless they send it to me, right? And as long as I'm in support and have no issues morally or ethically, I don't mind showing off other people's merch, telling people where I got it. So keep an eye out for that, you guys, because when the merch comes in, I'm going to have to do a face reveal. I mean, unless I angle the camera in a way where it's only going to show the chest, I would end up doing a face reveal for that. So once in a while, I get a face reveal in there. There was one earlier when I was messing with the camera. I tried to hit the camera off button and I hit the turnaround button by mistake. So once in a while, you guys will see me. But the channel is mostly about positive mental attitude and pleasurable viewing experience for your eyeballs. That's the whole channel there. Positive mental attitude and a pleasurable visual experience. For some people it's pleasurable, for other people it's boring. I guess that just depends on the time of day. Either way, I'll keep trying to make you guys and make things that you're able to enjoy watching. say for instance, if I have someone sponsor the camera and a bandana for Zoom and declare a sponsorship, would you run with that? It's just, so it kind of, this is where the hang up is. So my pride gets in the way a lot of times when it comes to things like this. And it's mostly because morally and ethically, that's your income, right? And if it's expendable income, or like the profit side of a nonprofit organization, or a for-profit organization, something where all your bills are already taken care of, then I don't feel so bad accepting the help. But if you need that money to feed your family, morally and ethically, I feel like I'm in a conundrum. So I guess, yes, technically that would be the loophole. If somebody with enough money to spend it were willing to come in and want to be part of the channel, either with a sponsorship of some sort, or you show off the merch and we'll give you merch for free kind of thing, which is similar to a sponsorship but not the same, I guess, technically, then I would feel less guilty, I guess is the word for it here, about accepting. But I would feel really guilty accepting assistance knowing that the people giving it are struggling. That just... I can't really explain the way it makes my soul feel. Because at that point, it's not really a pride thing. It's not myself getting in the way of myself. It's my ethics going, you can't morally take a gift from somebody who's not eating because they're giving you a gift. That's not okay. You can't do that. So my brain's like, no. You eat. Don't give me the only apple that you have. Eat your apple. Right. Yeah. A collaboration between, that's a little bit more, I think, easier for my heart to handle. Somebody who's also going to benefit from helping, either whether it be free advertising for free merch, that kind of exchange. I'm not a huge fan of accepting things for free. It was tough for me to accept the phone thing, but I swallowed the pride on that, and it's changed drastically my ability to do the live streaming. If you haven't seen it, you haven't been watching. You're probably thinking, What the hell? Why won't this guy just take my gifts? What the hell's wrong with this guy? I just want to give him free shit. Why won't he take my stuff? I don't know. My brain won't let me ignore how it affects other people's lives. I'm going to run the coffee machine here, so watch your ear holes. And if that's going to be the case, then too, you're going to have to walk me through running a live stream that's sponsored. Because I can tell just by looking at the options when you start a live stream that that's one of the things you're supposed to do. So I want to make sure that I'm doing that correctly. Playing by YouTube's rules so I don't get in trouble. I want to do that. Make sure I do that. And you know, the person who sponsored the purchase for whatever item would get, you know, kind of a shout out every time we use that item. You know, eventually it would be less of aggressive shout outs, but at least in the beginning I'd be like, hey, you know, Jim Bob Joe Billy got me this collar cam for Zuma. Isn't that awesome? You guys should check out Jim Job Joe Billy and, you know, send him some love. I'm not going to be a huge fan of reading a script. Alternatively, I don't mind writing my own script and getting it checked out for approval. But I hear the way that other people advertise, and they read scripts, and it just sounds very forced. It sounds forced, it sounds unnatural, it sounds like they just want to get through it. You know, if it's a product that I can stand behind, I don't mind making up my own little, script to advertise for it. I enjoyed this product. It made my life easier in this kind of way. Yada yada, whatever the case may be. And, as long as the product isn't something that millions of people are going to yell at me because it's using child labor, I think we're in good standings, you know what I mean? Like, if I start advertising for a company that uses 99% of their workforce as child labor, I think I might catch some backlash from people. I don't think I could stand behind that kind of company, you know what I mean? Not even like they would be a bad company, it would just be a bad image. That's not the kind of image that I want for Zuma. I try to be very mindful of her future, and her future as a brand name. And when I think of Zuma as a brand name, I'm always reminded of the Will Smith movie, Hancock. Are you guys familiar with this movie? Will Smith plays this wayward superhero that wakes up from a concussion and doesn't know where he's at. He's got amnesia. So anyway, the reason it reminds me, her brand reminds me of that movie, is because in that movie, I don't remember his name, but the main character, Will Smith, meets this guy who's in marketing, and he tries to create a collaborative brand in order to increase public favoritism of this superhero. In order to, promote a more positive image of this superhero, because Will Smith plays this character, and he's like this superhero that just does his superhero shit all wrong, constantly costing the city money, drinking all the time. Like, he acts like a bum, but he's got superhuman strength and he can fly and shit like that. Check the bandana sample I set on Discord. Let me pull over to my other phone here. But yeah, the brand that he tries to create in order to create a good image for Hancock, the superhero, is what reminds me of coming up with this brand for Zuma and wanting to spread the positivity. Well, that's cute. So that's just like, I'll bring it over so you guys can see. That was just kind of an example, right? Little black and white green screen effect going on there. Yeah. So the bandana would go with the camera. So that's good. That's good. Like I said, I don't mind the idea of a script so much because some companies they're pretty rigid with what message they want to cross. Um, I would just want to make it my own words. I don't like it when I have to speak in somebody else's words. Oh yeah, orange is definitely her color. For sure. Definitely orange is her color. Red is a really nice color on her too, but orange is definitely her color. Really? Nice. What kind of what is your I'm not familiar with Twitter. I thought Twitter was just a way to say mean things to a nearby neighbor without actually saying them to their face. So you're gonna have to update me on. I don't even have Twitter. I never owned Twitter. I don't have an X. I never owned X. I've never used the platform at all. So I don't know anything about what kind of content you can make or what kind of platform for content that Twitter has. Like I said, I assumed that it was just chatter. Like, how blogs were in 1995, where there wasn't all these pictures and things like that. I just assumed Twitter's whole look was the way that Reddit looks, where it's just threads and people commenting and crap. So is it more similar to like Facebook, where there's feeds and a marketplace and all that other good nonsense? You have to buy your way in? What the hell is that? Isn't Twitch free? Isn't Twitch free? No, I get it. As a business owner, supplying something that's free for millions and millions of people costs you a decent overhead. So if each one of those people paid you a small fee, it would help you run that from a day-to-day basis. It makes sense. It makes sense. Right? It's the same reason that you charge people at the door for a big party. The same reason. Because at the end of the night, somebody's going to need to clean up the beer. You got to pay that person. Somebody's going to need to fix the holes in the wall. You got to pay that person. You got to buy the materials. You got to buy the cleaning supplies. Something's got to pay for all of that. It makes sense. I still think it's silly for a social media platform for it to cost you. I like the way that YouTube has decided to do it, where they force you to create content that directs people to them while you wait to be able to go live or you wait to be monetized. That makes sense. You've drawn 3,000 hours of traffic to their website, and in exchange, they've allowed you to be monetized. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, well, we can collaborate. My nephew was just talking about how he wanted to collaborate with me. And I said, you got to clean up your act, first of all. He's kind of a delinquent. And then I told him, when you're 16, and I can approve of your content, then I wouldn't mind doing some guest streams with him. So what are we thinking? We're thinking Miss SpaceNet sponsors the collar cam, and then we give her a shout out on her X. That's a good following. That's a really good following. If it wasn't for these last few days, that's where my numbers would be too. I've been getting crazy amounts of exponential subscribers these last few days. It's like one day it was 92. I woke up from last night, it was 62. Like one day it was 53. I'm averaging somewhere between 30 and 40 on the low side every day. So I'm almost at 2,000 at this point. Let me see what it says. Which is wild to me. That's crazy. $1,984. Wild to me. Wild. But yeah, we can direct some people towards you, get you some more followers. That'd be a great way for us to help each other. You'd be able to contribute to content that you want to see. You know, like a customized version of it, because you want to see the collar cam and you're providing the collar cam. So you're contributing to that, and then also you get the shout out. Uh-oh, Texas guy wants to throw his name in the hat too? Does that mean we're upgrading the collar cam? We're going to get the next model up? If we've got more than one contributor, we can upgrade, right? We can get the one that connects via satellite phone. The waterproof military grade satellite phone one, right? It live streams via satellite. Let's spring for the good one. Why bother with the low budget, economically friendly one? Let's go right for the military grade, waterproof, bulletproof, satellite phone collar cam. Let's do it. No, we can help each other grow. We can help each other grow. Absolutely. Especially if I'm grateful, which I am. I wasn't raised to be ungrateful. I take a lot of things for granted sometimes, but grateful for what I've got is definitely something I am. And the people in my life that have, are a big support. They're community support. I'm totally grateful for them. And you guys, Aaron, Mini Knot, you guys are a support network, and I'm immensely grateful for the effort, the time, the energy. Time is not a renewable resource, and you offer a lot of it just to be here with me. And I recognize that it's important. And I'm very grateful for that. I appreciate you guys so much. But a shout out, it's nothing to me. I don't mind doing it. It makes me feel better to do it than having not done it. But it doesn't cost me anything. To tell people that I'm grateful that somebody wants to help me, it seems like the right thing to do, right? That seems like something you should do. So why wouldn't I? If you want to help the channel out, why wouldn't I want to show recognition for that assistance? You deserve that, at the least, right? You guys are so awesome. You really are. You guys are so awesome. Like, I don't know what I did in a past life to be blessed in so many different ways in the life that I've got now. But I'm glad whatever it was worth it. You know, I had a bit of a struggle growing up, and maybe that's the karma coming back around. But I'm so blessed at this point in my life. It's great. You know, I don't have the best life in the world by comparison to most other people. But I'm grateful for what I've got. And the little bit that I can afford to share with y'all, that's what I want to do. I want to share this positivity, and it's clearly infectious, right? This positivity and wanting to be happy and cheerful with each other is infectious. I don't know what it is about Zuma, but she gets her hooks in you, and then you just don't get out. You know, she captured Aaron's soul, and then next thing you know, Miss Space Nut is in here, and she's captured her soul, and now we got Mini Nut popping in every so often. She's captured his soul. Next thing you know, the mother-in-law is gonna be there, and she'll be typing away like, "Ooh, give Zuma another treat." I love the direction that this channel is going in, and I appreciate you guys so much. It's been, like, I kind of get this imposter syndrome about the fame and assistance thing, like, who, me, this guy? But the more I think about it, the more I can push those ideas aside and say, this is what I wanted to do from the beginning. You know, I'm at where I'm at because of the effort that we put in, I put in, you know, collaboratively, the assistance you guys have given me and some other streamers. You guys are the channel. I know the dogs are the focus. And sometimes I'm the focus. Not visually, but at least audioly. But without you guys, there isn't a channel. you guys are the channel, you know? People will tune in to watch the dogs sleep. But for me, the reason it's worth continuing to do is because of people like you guys. No, they're only minor superstars. You guys are the superstars. Coming in here every single day, chatting for hours at end. You guys are the superstars. Without you, YouTube doesn't give a damn about me. And they don't care about the doggos either. If it wasn't for those viewers, they don't care. Even while sleeping, yeah, they are superstars. But without you guys, they're nobodies. You can't be popular without a fan base. Oh, yeah, that's probably true. No, well, I think if I had to think about which end they care more about, it's probably the viewer side. They care less about the streamers. As long as the viewers are logging in to their channel, to their website, and giving their channel traffic, I think they don't care. Because advertisers are going to pay them for traffic view. And we're just a necessary evil, you know. Streamers are just a necessary evil. It's a means to an end. Without us, they wouldn't have the ad traffic revenue. But they care less about the streamer and what they're putting out there, and more about the traffic that's coming into their website. It's pretty damn clear about it. You know, they want engaging people. They want clicks. This crown system thing is not a mistake. You know, it was put there intentionally so that YouTube can get more clicks on their website. They want to get more clicks. They want people sticking around longer. That's why they implemented this crown system. They made it look like a reward system for people who are watching. And it really is, and it's kind of fun. But when you really break it down, why did YouTube do that? It wasn't an individual streamer who decided that they wanted to give everybody this reward for engaging in live streams. YouTube decided to do that because why? Because engaged viewers are people who stay on their website. Exactly. As long as, if you follow the money, YouTube gets paid by advertisements. Advertisers will pay YouTube to put their advertisements out there. And YouTube makes money by selling space on their web browser to internet advertisers. Nice. Unless you're on Apple, right? Because who likes Apple? Maybe we can do that. We'll find Miss Space Nut a sponsor that can help her get off of that Apple. We'll just get the Android users of the world to collaborate together and convince her to change change operating systems. You know what's kind of messed up? They don't announce a $1 super chat. It has to be $2 or they won't announce it. That's kind of messed up. Yeah, I hear you there, Miss Space Nut. Yesterday, after we left having burgers and dogs over by the lakefront, you can see the dock that we were on in the last short that I made. But Zuma was gassing us on the way home. We kept having to roll down the windows. You can do a $1 sticker. Yep. But they don't acknowledge it unless it's $2, which I think is silly. I think every dollar should be acknowledged. I also noticed that if you're gifting a membership, it's like $5, but you can buy one for $2. If you buy one for yourself, you can buy it for $2, but if you gift one to somebody else, it's $5. What's up with that crap? You do your thing. We got no reason to end. We're gonna stick around here. We got the house to ourselves. At some point, we might change our angle and maybe get in much closer on these guys. What can I make on Patreon though? Can I do video content like this? And what can I make? In your honest opinion, that would be worth people subscribing to Patreon for. I mean, I know. The more areas, the more points of income that you create, the more streams of income that come your way, the more places that income is coming, the more income you have. I understand all that. That's basic economics. I promised Minnie? Okay. I will try to be awake at a decent hour tomorrow. I will try to be awake tomorrow at a decent hour. You do your thing though. I don't know what the promise to Minnie was, but you should probably go through with whatever promise you made. It's important that you keep your promises. See, there you go. You can't do edits. You gotta go play video games. Darn. You can't work. You have to go play video games. Darn. Oh, see? Uh-oh. Gotta clean your room, buddy. You better get on that before Mama comes checking. She's running. Quick, quick, quick. Don't hide under the bed. They'll look there. Quick. Busted. Oh no. We gotta clean up our room before video games, bud. You want to do it. Aren't you guys like in the same room? Excuse me. Ah. Oh, okay. You're in the studio space, quote, quote. All right. Yeah, me and Dana do that sometimes too. And when it's happening, I'm like, this is so silly. We're across the house from each other. We're just in different rooms, separated by literally only a door. But we'll still text each other. See, the poll has 35 votes now. Still, 69% to 31% say stay inside. I guess if the tables turn, we'll go outside as long as there's still daylight. We'll leave the poll running. Excuse me. I don't know how long we'll be live today. But what I've noticed is YouTube isn't a huge fan of live streams that go past 12 hours. It's not necessarily, maybe that's the wrong word choice for it. Not that they aren't a fan of it. My phone is not a fan of processing videos that are longer than 12 hours. I don't know what it is about the upload from that phone. I think it's because it doesn't have service. And when it changes service between Wi-Fi to the mobile hotspot, like it interrupts the processing. I don't know. sure if I understand exactly what you mean there. I'm referring to the whatever it does after I end the live stream. It does the processing thing. I don't know if it's processing it because it's been temporarily saved on the phone. I don't know what they're processing, whether that's something that's happening entirely on their side or if there's a back and forth data upload download. And then I wouldn't have to worry about it, whether or not it would process. Alright. But still, that's a lot. Like 2 hours of 15 megapixel video is 4 gigs. Yeah, we'll get on the phone, we'll get on the horn tomorrow, and we'll talk about all the details of that stuff, and you can walk me through logging in. I don't know, 2 terabytes would go fast at 30 megapixels, 50 megapixel camera. I don't know what YouTube puts it down at, but I'm running 50 megapixels or so, 30 megapixels at the least from the back of that camera. And that's twice as much as the 15 megapixel, which is 4 gigs for 2 hours. So that would be 8 gigs for 2 hours. Every 2 hours. If it's a 10-hour live stream, that's 80 gigs. You know, if we've got a week's worth of 10-hour live streams, you know, that's a quarter of your space already, right? For 2 terabytes? I mean, 2 terabytes at 10 hours of live stream, 30 gigabyte picture. I mean, 2 terabytes wouldn't hold a whole month's worth of video. And that's the only thing I'm concerned with there. It takes up a lot of space. And I'm glad that it doesn't take up any space on the phone itself, as far as I know. Ah. Yep. Yeah, so we want to do that with the collar cam, right? We want to do cutting of the collar cam from the long form into edits and then delete the long form. Hook it up to the kettle. You probably could. I'm sure there's a piezoelectric way to handle that. A fiber optic sensor connected to a remote trigger. Yeah. Piezoelectric or fiber optics would probably handle that. Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, I probably don't want to be sharing potentially sensitive materials. I'm sure there's a way you'd be able to make a folder password protected, but who knows? People out there are so clever, it would probably get hacked. The moment they figured out that it was password protected, they'd be like, oh, I wonder what's in here. One person ruins it for everybody. Can't we all just get along? Can't we all just be nice to each other? We have more fun when we're nice to each other. Jeez, I say that so often, it sounds silly. It sounds like something you'd say to somebody who's 5, like my son. We have more fun when we're nice to each other. But it's so true. And I think it's something that even adults need to hear a lot. Because we're so rude to each other for no damn reason. Why are we so rude to each other? We beep at each other excessively in traffic. We flip each other off. Like, isn't that not fun? Like, we could be enjoying sitting in traffic, right? But if we're mean to each other, we don't enjoy it at all. If we were nice to each other, we would be enjoying it. We have more fun when we're nice to each other. Right, Zoo? Yeah. Excuse me. I still want to figure out a remote treat dispenser triggered by super chat. That's definitely one of the goals. Oh, I was talking about other drivers. Like when you're sitting in traffic and other drivers are rude to you, it's not fun. But if you were getting waves from other traffic and people were bumping tunes that you were having fun listening to while you're sitting in traffic next to them, that would be fun because we're nice to each other. Excuse me. And then I said that other people ruin it for everybody else. There's that one rude person who ruins it for everybody else. Like, rules weren't created because people had a good time and everybody was having fun because everybody was nice to each other, right? If everybody's nice to each other and we're all having a good time, what do we need rules for? I'm okay. Excuse me. I will have to agree to disagree on that one, Miss Spaceman. I don't think people forgot how to drive. I think people are stop being taught properly. And they started giving out driver's licenses to damn near anybody who can see. Like, if you can see and you can identify a shape, you're good to go. You can be a driver. Excuse me. Jeez. Bong rips 1, pyro 0. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, they just aren't teaching people how to drive properly these days. When I learned how to drive, I insisted that the radio be off. Like, no radio, no music, no distractions. I want to be able to hear the blinkers clicking and excuse me. And to this day, I still drive around very often without any music on. No music or nothing. Just the sound of the car, the wind, and the blinkers. Oh, I've got one here. But that bong rip I did not too long ago. It was like, I pulled the slide 1 second too late. I should have pulled it a second earlier. And it was just, excuse me, it was a lot. They are getting their licenses online. It's, how do I put it in one word? How do you put that in one word? People getting a driver's license online. I mean, renewing it online, I can understand, kinda. But there's no health checks. When you renew your license online, they don't ask if you've been stabbed in the eye in the last year. You know? Is your depth perception any good? Like, there should be a depth perception test. Excuse me. Oh my God. Yeah, that bong rip tickled my allergies the wrong way. And my body was like, reject, reject, eject, eject. It's trying to get rid of that whole hit. It's like, this guy is going to keep coughing until we feel like that whole hit is gone. You knew of a guy selling them on Instagram? It was a scam. I bet. I bet that was a scam. It sounds like a scam. Line up today. Get your driver's license. Follow me on Instagram. Like, what? That's... what? I bet you he sold pot and candy necklaces too, didn't he? It sounds like that kind of guy. It sounds like the kind of guy that would collect stamps, but he would sell candy necklaces, and he would do fruit arrangements. Like, that would be his thing, like collecting stamps and fruit arrangements. But he sells candy necklaces, driver's licenses, and pot. Like, that's the kind of person that sounds like. What are we getting all grumbly about, huh? Let me check. Look. 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 Huh? Are we getting grumbly for nothing? I think we are. Yeah, we're getting grumbly for nothing. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it seems like my body is over that long rip. Aren't those people fun though? I mean, while the dogs are checking out the door that there's nobody at, aren't those people fun? Like con artists, and you're always afraid hanging around with them that they're gonna pick your pocket or steal from you or convince you to give them something. Right? A con artist is always going to try to convince you to give them something that they didn't earn. Whatever it may be, physically, metaphorically. But they're fun to be around. Typically, they have very good energy. And they seem to always get their way. Right? They're very charismatic. When you go out in public with them, you're like, yeah, we're having a good time. Jeez, free tables, free drinks. Where's all this stuff coming from? It's cool. You know, you're having a good time, and next thing you know, your credit card is being declined because it's been maxed out, and this person has stolen your information. Like, they were a real fun time, but they stole your identity while they were doing it. Oh no! Ooh, good old License Lewis became the neighborhood punching bag, it sounds like. Well, I don't promote violence, but I will say it sounds like karma caught up with him. There are only a few cases where I feel like violence would solve the situation. In those cases where, you know, somebody smaller or less aptitude, or less apt, I should say, is being picked on by somebody bigger and stronger, and they defend themselves in a way that's violent. I think I can approve of that. And the other place I approve of violence is when it becomes a military thing. You know, when our military needs to say, no, stop that. And they put their foot down and then send over the Navy and the Air Force. I don't think we should go into other countries. I'll try to leave the political there. I don't think we should go into other countries, but I feel like if we're going to go into other countries, they should become our country. Like, there's no point in invading unless you're taking that shit home. Come on now. Come on now. Like, what is the point? What is the point? Right? Why? Why? Why would you destabilize and get rid of the military in another country if you're not just going to take that land for yourself? Like, Afghanistan and Iraq should be called New America right now. Like, we should just be calling them Eastern Texas. Texas from the east? Because it's hot as fuck over there, right? It's a desert, kind of like Texas. It's over way in the east. Middle East Texas? We could call them Middle East Texas. Why doesn't the United States just acquire Afghanistan and acquire Iraq, and we'll just call them Middle East Texas? I don't get it. Why did we leave? Like, because the rest of the world told us we had to leave? But we invaded, we used our money, we used our resources to stop their government. I just don't understand why our government wouldn't then acquire that land. Is it against the Geneva Convention? It just seems like that war was pointless. Just saying. The war was pointless because we got nothing out of it at the end. We captured a guy who was terrorizing us. Okay? So, it was a vengeance war. That's what that was, right? Can we all agree that the Afghanistan and Iraq war was a vengeance thing? At least publicly, it was a vengeance thing. Well, like I said, we if we're going to invade, we should take home that land. Otherwise, we should stay the fuck out of there. And I'll leave it at that. Ooh, I get loud when I get passionate, don't I? You guys can hear me from across the whole house. I get loud, don't I? Yeah, I don't like to offend people, but I do have some particulars about me, you know. Like I said, I don't promote violence. That's where that started. That's where that started. And unless it's a kid who's smaller than himself defending himself, then I think you should kick that bully's ass. Or if it's a country invading another country, to take that land home. Those are two good reasons to be violent. Defense of yourself and acquiring new land. Oh, God. See, we should have owned Britain too. As soon as we got strong enough after our revolution, which was yesterday in 1776, right? 1777. we should have gone back across the water and called yourself New United States. And then you guys would be deciding right now whether or not you're Trumpers. Britain should be called New America. I mean, maybe we can call you far right Louisiana. Can we call you that? Far right Louisiana? Is it just me? Can I get like an audible opinion about that? Is it just me, or do we think if you're going to invade a country that you should take that land home? If you're going to do A, B should be the result, right? If you're going to do the one thing, then you should also get the result. Like, otherwise, what is the point? Is that something we're allowed to say across the pond there? Like, if your country is going to invade another country, don't you want to go home with that country's land as a win? Without the brat part? Hey, if the UK were to invade Ireland, don't you want to take home Ireland and call it freaking whatever you want guys call it over there? Like the new United Kingdom, or the new kingdom ununited? If you invade your neighbor's house successfully and the military doesn't stop you, shouldn't you own your neighbor's house and land now? I know. Just hypothetically. I just don't see the point, right? If you're not going to own that when you're done, why throw your military shit at it? Why? No point. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't have any military in my family either. If you can't tell by the way I talk about them, I'm in support of the military, not the government. It's pretty clear. Not that I hate our government, it's just that I think it's corrupt. The system is broken. Aha! I'm German and Polish by ethnic heritage. And apparently there's Cherokee. I have Blackfoot Cherokee in my blood, but not enough to live on a reserve. I don't know why my mom keeps reminding me that. She does every so often. She's like, "Don't forget, you're a Cherokee Indian." Okay, Mom. All right, Mom. I think I'm just American, born and raised in New Jersey, and now I live in Maine. Oh yeah, my last name is German. My birth name, right? Because my mom's last name is Polish, and it's got too many letters for me to be able to spell, let alone try to do that as a child. So I think she was smart, and she gave me my birth name's my father's name for my birth name. And then when I got adopted, I took on my adopted parents' name, hyphenated, and their last name is Italian. So it's always interesting to tell my story when I go to some place and they have to look at my identification. It's always fun to pronounce it. I'm like, I don't have a lick of Italian in me. Not a single lick of it. None. Zero. Big old goose egg. Not a lick of Italian in me. But I gotta tie into my last name. I gotta tie into my family. And their roots can be traced back to the boot. I mean, Sicily. Sorry, they call it the boot. Yeah, it's fun. Like I've said before, you'll hear snippets of it. You'll end up getting the whole backstory of Pyro eventually. If you stick around long enough, you'll hear it. Eventually, you'll get the backstory. My backstory is actually public knowledge, believe it or not. Prior to me being adopted, part of the history is public knowledge. But you'll never find the two linked to each other in any way, because at the time I was a minor, so they use an alias. But yeah, in my childhood history, I'm named in a class action lawsuit against the state of New Jersey. Fun facts about Pyro. Fun facts. Uh-oh. Something's stirring them all up again. There ain't nobody here. Go on. You know, each and every single one of us has a different past. And in comparison to other people, our pasts look different to us. We may look at some people and see that our pasts seem darker or worse, like somebody else had it better, right? But they may look at our past and we don't know the secrets that they hold on to. So our past might look better to them. We might be the greener side of the fence. Everybody's experiences are different. And the way I look at it is, I survived it, first of all. And second of all, at the time, I didn't know any different. I was ignorant to the fact that what was happening wasn't something that was supposed to be happening. You know, the lifestyle and the environment that we were in, it wasn't supposed to be that way. And it was because there was a problem within the department. That's why there's an existing class action lawsuit in my history. You know, the department wasn't doing what they were supposed to protect the children within their custody. Yeah, you know, having a rough history, it's made me able to talk to people who are having a rough time, and I can talk to them and be confident that what I'm saying is helpful, in addition to being backed by first-hand experience. I find it's really hard to help somebody when you've never had the experience before. If you can't relate to somebody's experience, it's hard to have a conversation with that person about that experience. And in my life, I've been able to use my experiences to help other people avoid taking a path that could otherwise be unsafe or dangerous. And that brings a lot of personal joy to me. I really like when I'm able to help somebody see a different perspective and view it in a more positive light, whatever the case may be, whatever it is. Oh man, there's orange juice in my Cheerios. Say, well, now we can give something to the birds. There's a positive light in everything. You can put a spin on anything you want. I mean, sure, you can use soggy Cheerios as a base to cook something. I don't know if my experiences have made me a stronger person, but they've made me the kind of person that's able to, how do I put this? I'm able to identify within myself where there's a flaw. I know it doesn't sound like those things are related to each other. But they really are to me. What's up, craziest? Woo, craziest in the house. We're inside today, craziest. I'm just chit-chatting about a little bit of pyro history. If you want to hear it, you can roll it on back, rewind the tape. We're on the other side of the trauma, though, and we want to use positive mental energy going forward to encourage and motivate. Ain't that right, Kings? Yeah. Yeah. What'd you do with your hedgehog? What'd you do with your hedgehog? Huh? What's your toy? What's your toy? Oh, that's a good stretch. What? 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 Oh, good stretch, Zilly, yeah. Good stretch, Ladybug. Everybody doing stretches. Yeah. Is it because you all know? You all know exactly what that command is. Yeah, you've heard those words before. Good stretch. Yeah. Everybody came over for some pets. Yeah. And he's not the only one allowed to get attention, huh? Everybody gets attention. Well, so the way that I do it, and it took me a long time to learn this, right? Because burnout is a serious thing. You can burn yourself out mentally and then crash and, not know what to do with yourself or anyone else, or, how to get the pieces back together so you can stand back up. So in order to avoid burnout, I have to analyze whether or not my health is going to cause me more physical exhaustion than I can handle. Or mental exhaustion than I can handle. So I have to be able to figure that out somehow. And so let's put it in simple terms. right? And there's a theory out there, and it's called the spoon theory. I don't know if you guys have heard of this before, or if it's a new thing to you, but there's this theory out there called the spoon theory, okay? And some people have converted the idea to include forks or whatever. So I'll just explain it. The spoon theory is that everything you do on a day-to-day basis costs you spoons. You know, when you put your t-shirt on, it might cost you 1 spoon to put your t-shirt on, but it might cost me 4 spoons to put my t-shirt on. It might cost somebody else 7 spoons because they're missing an arm and it's really challenging. You know, so for everybody it's different, the spoon cost for these activities. And some of these mental things, like for me, going to the shopping mall, the market, somewhere public, you know, that might cost me a lot of spoons. But for somebody else, it's no big deal. They can go be in public, no problem. And then there's these other things where the theory has been adapted to include forks. And if you're familiar with the theory, you're familiar with the forks as well. Forks are things that make other tasks difficult. So, a fork would be, I stubbed my toe, right? It normally costs me 1 spoon to put my shoes on. But because I stubbed my toe, and it hurts, stubbing my toe is a fork. Like a fork in my back, right? Something that makes shit difficult. Because I stubbed my toe, it now costs me 3 spoons to put my shoes on. And the idea is that you only have so many spoons for the day. Right? If your limit is 15 spoons, and it takes you 7 spoons to get your t-shirt on, that's half of your net value for the day. How are you going to get through the rest of the day if you have to change your shirt? If you've got a 15 spoon limit and it takes you 7 to put a shirt on, if you want to switch shirts that day, it's going to take all of your spoons to do that. And then you're done for the day. You can't get anything else done. So that's the idea. I try to make sure that the things that I do aren't adding to the forks that I already have and don't cost me more spoons than I can sacrifice. I don't mind taking on more forks as long as it doesn't run me dry of my spoons. If that makes sense to you guys, then we're on the same page. It's a very interesting theory, and the analogy is spot on. Oh, there goes my phone again. It's also the theory behind codependence, being codependent on another person, having another person be codependent on you. It goes both ways. It's a similar theory. If you want to be not codependent, then you have to be able to accomplish those tasks on your own. And you can't help people past the point of your capacity, because then you won't have it for yourself. Excuse me. I've said it before, I've did a lot of soul searching over the last 15 years of my life. You know, and I've done a lot of work on my mental attitude and trying to have a more positive look. Early in my teens, I was probably very pessimistic. And one of my favorite things to tell people is you are not alone. The way you are feeling is not individual to you. It may suck to hear that you're not special. But another way to think about it is you're not the only one that's ever gone through this, and you won't be the only one that's ever going to go through it again. There's somebody out there that has gone through the same thing and survived it. I don't mind being that middleman to people. You know, if I can help somebody connect with somebody who can help them because I don't have that experience, I don't mind being that middleman. You know, or if I don't have the expertise. You know, I do have a certificate for mental health support specialist, but that doesn't mean I'm equipped mentally to handle certain situations. You know, there's a lot of responsibility when you're dealing with mental health that people tend to forget, I think. When you're helping somebody whose mental health is fragile, you're a big influence on that mental health. So you need to remember that the things that you suggest, your suggestions, they could be acted on blindly, even if you didn't mean to suggest something. So we've got to be careful when we're dealing with people who are fragile mentally. And when I find that I'm out of my depth, you know what I mean, or you know I'm in the deep end and I shouldn't be, then it's time to upgrade to somebody who has more professional experience. Just because I've got a lot of personal experience doesn't mean that I've studied and studied and studied and studied and studied and studied and I have all of the knowledge. So I will definitely, if I have to, you know, pass the buck to somebody who's got more experience and education in that particular field. Yeah. Yeah, and this, you know what? Honestly, this live stream has really been helping too. Because while I'm live, I have to remember that part of this channel is to be positive. So even though we all have intrusive thoughts about negative things, I consistently remind myself, it's not often because I have a good time while you guys are here, but I do consistently, you know, remind myself that, okay, this is going down maybe a negative road. We should switch topics, or, you know, let me just change the pace, or I'll shut up for a minute, you know? You know. But yeah, the live stream has actually helped a lot with my positive mental attitude. And I think the most appropriate cliche phrase for that is fake it until you make it. Right? When you're putting a smile on every single day, eventually your muscles get stuck like that. You know, when you're having a good time on a regular basis, it tends to rub off onto other people. They're like, hey, this guy's in a good mood. That's nice. He's being nice. I want to be nice. I think I'm going to tell this other person to stop being mean. Hey, be nice. Don't be mean. Be nice. And then we'll all have fun. And in that way, the positive mental attitude, it rubs off on the people around me. I do have better social interactions with the people around me. Yeah, it's true. It's true. We do have to help our future generations. There's a troll? Who's a troll? How's that song go? I'm hunting for a troll. Oh, a hunting we will go. Am I the troll? I like trolls, though. I like trolls. Go ahead. Somebody asked me why I like trolls. All right, all right. You don't have to ask me. I like trolls because they guard under the bridge. What's under the bridge? Well, that's where the junkies go to shoot up, of course. That's why I like the troll. Because the troll guards under the bridge. If the troll is there, then the junkies can't go there. Why do you think it costs you money to cross the bridge when the troll is there? How else is he going to pay for food if he's constantly guarding from the junkies? And once in a while, those junkies beat him up. I don't know. I like trolls. Save the trolls. I've got a pin somewhere in my car that says save the trolls. Maybe I'll move that to where your camera angle shows nothing when you turn it around. Oh, of course they did. Damn you, YouTube! Scuba Steve, damn you! Try throwing a Russian letter or two in there. That usually keeps mine from getting deleted. Life hack. Oh. Well, maybe they're a troll. So far as I've seen, they've not trolled here, though. Good vibes from them so far here. The first experience was a little bit rocky. They should have probably observed for a little bit longer, maybe said hello, and I would have said hello back. But other than that, they've had good vibes from me. I can, as a moderator and the channel owner, I should be able to click on them. And I can see all of their activity on my channel forever and ever and ever. Except for the ones that they deleted. Yeah, maybe. 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 I don't know. That seems to be the thing for craziest of them all, I guess. Whatever that says. Deleting messages. I think some of our viewers there's a few of them. They have impulse control issues. So they just type. They don't look at what they're typing. They don't think about what they're typing. They just type it. So I see that it's a quite common thing that I've been seeing. People will delete their messages. Like, whoops, I don't want to say that. I don't know, maybe it's just an adult thing. Do you, Miss Space Nut, do you, Mrs. Space Nut, sorry. Just make sure I get that correct. Mrs. Space Nut. Do you proofread before you hit the send button? Or like while you're texting? No, he wasn't here. He wasn't here when Craziest was in here the first time. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I proofread before I put a message out on a live forum that can be seen by the whole world. And I say it that way because it's exactly what it is. You're putting a message out on a live forum that's got about a 4-second delay with the potential of the whole world seeing it. So with that in mind, think that's why the messages get deleted by the kids more often. They realize suddenly, they're like, oh crap, the whole world's going to see that message, and they panic about it and then delete the message. Yeah, I do too. I don't know. I think it has to do with the messages you put out there, even if you're just using an alias or a handle. That's like your face, right? So your alias or your handle is like your face. So you're putting your face out there. You want to make sure that there's not any like ketchup or pizza sauce on your face, right? And your punctuation and grammar, that's your pizza sauce right there. The less grammar you use, the more pizza sauce you got on your face. So yeah, sometimes when we're tired, we walk around with food on our face. We might have a little bit of breakfast on our face, just a little bit, right? When we go into the grocery store afterwards. So you got a little smush. You got a little smush right there. You get that smush. Only if you've got a beard. If you've got a beard, then yeah, you can save food for later in your beard. But you gotta have a big one. Like a big beard. You know? Then you can save food for later. But not lollipops. It'd be hard to save lollipops in your beard. But you gotta have a big beard. Ladies have this other pocket that doesn't come in any of their clothes. Have you heard of this, ladies? Have you heard of this? Have you heard of this pocket? Right? It's in the upper chestal region. And it comes from the strap that goes on their arms. And the strap goes over their chest. And then it becomes this pocket that men don't have. Men don't have this upper chestal pocket. Do you know this? My girlfriend uses this upper chestal pocket for her phone all the time. Men don't have this upper chestal pocket. So we both have our differences. Men can grow beards that save snacks for later, and women have an upper chestal pocket. Was that family friendly enough for you guys? I'm pretty good at mashing the words around in a family friendly manner. Sometimes I go off the handle, but usually I try. No, you don't put your phone in your chestal pocket anymore? They say nowadays the phone emits enough radiation that you really shouldn't keep it on your body at all. I mean, the bigger they got, the less likely I was to put it up to my face. So I don't like putting the phone up to my face at all. Ah, over the shoulder boulder holder. I like that one. That's a good one. So That's your over-the-shoulder boulder pocket. It's where you keep your rock collection. Speaking of rock collection, at some point I should go check on the tumbler, get that set up again. I've got some rocks from last year that tumbled all season, all through the summer, and then through the fall, and then it became too icy outside. It would just get too cold out there, so the water would freeze. Because it was on a timer. You know, the tumbler out there was on a timer with the lights. So when the lights for the trampoline go on, the tumbler would go on also. And same thing when it turned off. But I unplugged it because it got too cold out there. I gotta go plug it in. See what I've got from last season, because they've got to be smooth at this point. I've got this. Let me see if I can reach it from here. Tall person advantages. So, my mom from Florida, she sent me this Crystal Skull vodka bottle, and she sent me empty. You know, because she thought it was cool. And so what I'm going to do is I've got a bunch of stones that I've collected that I've run through the tumbler that are going to be smoothed out. And I'm going to fill that container with them. And the idea is to then fill it with resin afterwards. So then the rocks would imitate the appearance of the brain. We'll see how it goes. No. A rock tumbler. A rock tumbler. It's this little tiny mechanism. It looks like a drum. You put the rocks in it with a little bit of water and sometimes a solution with a grit. Like a grit would be similar to sandpaper. And then when you close the lid on it, you put it on its side. And then it turns around, and inside it tumbles the rocks, and as they rub against each other, they chip off the rough edges, and they get smooth. It simulates them being in, like, a river. So it'll turn any old rock into a river stone. Yeah, stone tumbler. Yep. So I've got one of those set up out in the shed, and I had a bunch of rocks spinning last year, and when it got too cold, I just unplugged it. I should go investigate what's going on with those rocks, because I want to, like I said, that's like a craft that I have half started, because I need the other part of it, and the other part of it takes hours and hours and hours and hours and days and weeks to do, because when you're tumbling rocks, it doesn't happen overnight. You have to tumble the rocks for hours and hours at a time before they become smooth. And we're talking like 6-hour increments every single day for 3 or 4 weeks. So even if I tumbled them for 24 hours a day, I would still need to tumble them for, like a week or two. Hi AJ, what's going on, bud? Welcome back. We're chilling here in the afternoon. All the dogs just chilling. We were coming up with family-friendly names for an upper chestal pocket, and it changed the topic to my rock tumbler. need the future for that. I can run out there and go get some of the stuff that I've already tumbled. I've had that rock tumbler for at least 7 years. So I have stuff I tumbled 2 years ago, and it's just ready for the next stage. Because it comes with these packets, and each packet is like a different grit, and each grit has a different course. So as you run through the packets, the coarse edges of the edges of the rock become smoother and smoother and smoother until they're like mirror finish. Why do you think those rocks that you buy in the gift stores are so expensive? It's because they've tumbled them for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours to get all the rough edges off of them and make them a mirror finish. So give me like 90 seconds. I know exactly where they're at in the shed, and I'll go get them. Be right back. You guys didn't even get up? Wow. Surprising. Before I drag out the rocks, I'll show you what the tumbler looks like. So this is what the tumbler looks like. And it just plugs in. You know. Rocks are still in there from last season. And then so the tumbler sits on there, right? And you got this little wheel at the bottom that spins. And that rotates the tumbler around. And it plugs in. There's that. Let's see. We got some containers of rocks that are due to be tumbled. Got a few of those containers. I think this is actually a set of rocks that I already tumbled. Let's see what else we got here. There's the timer. There's a set of rocks that are due to be tumbled. And then, of course, when you buy a kit, they always send you like bonus rocks. You know? They'll be like, try out these really cool rocks, tumble them. So I've got some of those that I tumbled from rough to smooth. So I'll show you the fun ones last. We'll show you the ones that are tumbled and then due to be tumbled. Oh, apparently it's time to take a chill pill. You guys hear that? Time to take a chill pill, y'all. Alright, so I got them in these fun little containers here. You guys can still hear me. And this is, did I tumble these yet? No. Okay, some of them are smooth around the edges because they're all, I found them randomly. I guess you could say I found them in the wild. So like this is kind of what they look like when they're not tumbled. Some of them have some rough edges around them. Some of these have been tumbled, it looks like, but not all of them. Maybe all of them, actually. Now that I'm looking at them. These look like they've been tumbled and some of them have just broken. Maybe some of these are new. I don't know. But they'll have sharp edges on them like this one when they're not tumbled. And then they'll have smooth edges on them like this one once they get tumbled. So I've got this like container of ones that are basically white. And that's what I want to put in the skull. And what I've been doing is when I get the bigger ones, I'll smash them with a hammer to make them smaller. And then I kind of have an interest in these orange ones. I like picking up these ones when they're wet. They have this like orange color in them, which is pretty cool, at least to me. And I was going to get a bunch of these smaller ones and fill up that skull with them. And I thought that would make it look really cool because they look cool when they're wet. When they're full of resin, it'll give them a wet appearance. And so those are pretty cool. Yeah, so that's what the tumbler does. And I found this thing that we've been looking for. Aha, I was wondering where that went. And I got them in these little ice cream containers. So let me show you the fun ones. The ones that have already been pre-selected by the company to be polished down to a mirror finish. Got a couple kind of cool fun ones here. Alright, so we got some amethyst that I ran through. It just needs, a couple more courses. That one's pretty pretty. It's got that purple look to it. A couple more courses, and this one will be like a mirror finish. And this is another piece of quartz. That one's cool. A little square piece. Let's see. We got this. I think this is topaz, maybe the green one, right? We got a really cool square piece of topaz. These guys here are clear around the edges, basically, so they'd be easy to see through. Oh, look at this guy. And that one's going to be really cool once it's been down to 0. Do you guys know what mahogany wood looks like once it's been finished? You're not going to be able to see it here with the camera, but this one ends up having like this little sheen on it that gives it this 3D effect, like wood, but this is a rock. So that one will end up being cool. We got some onyx. I think that's onyx anyway. This one's more that blue, like quartz type stuff. Let's see, maybe we need more lighting over here. Bring the lights down. That's that blue one that the smaller one was kind of like. Let's see what else. This is one that I found, which I thought was cool. It looks kind of like, what do you call it, Dalmatian? I might not be hitting that camera properly, huh? I gotta come further over, don't I? Yeah, this one looks kind of like a Dalmatian. Too far? See, we got this, this one's interesting. This one's got some orange around the edges, and then it's a piece of white or clear quartz. You guys can see that. It's hard to tell without being able to see the camera. We're using the back cam right now. The back camera. Without the light, it'd be hard to see this one, but this one's pretty. It's similar to that other orange one, but smaller. And that's about it. just like these two. These two are similar. These are the ones that are going to have like that shiny kind of side on it. Oh, jeez. Dropped it right on the phone screen and didn't break it. Got lucky there. Rock collections. So here it is. That's the tumbler and the rock collection that I have with me. At my mother's house, I have more polished rocks. Many years ago, I had a rock collection at my mother's house, and this is the one that I've received since then because I do like the process. So I have a different collection at my mother's house. Here's a batch that I tumbled here, but they're all just mixed in. And there's really tiny ones, so I'm not going to break them out of the bag. But, you know, with the kit that I bought, I've just done the tumbling by themselves with a handful of gravel. They come with the 4 steps in the bag there. So you do each step, and the stones become more and more mirror finished. So here's your polish, pre-polish, medium, and coarse. So you'd start with your step 1 and work your way to step 4. And there's directions on the back for how to use each step. One of my other special interests is that eventually you guys will know more about me than I can remember about myself. Eventually. If you pay attention long enough, eventually you'll know more about me than I can remember about myself. "37 votes and still inside? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy." How many hours has it been? Let me see. 6 o'clock. I think maybe you guys had SNACK maybe 4 hours ago? What do you think, Miss Space Snack? Was it like 4 hours ago? They had an SNACK? Too long. Of course. You guys have fans. You guys have fans. All right. Well then. What do you say we do that? What do you think, ladies? Is it time for a mukbang? Oh, you heard the word bone. You know that word. It's time for a snack. Is it time for a snack? Yeah, it is. Oh, you gotta sing for it. They get you to sing for it? Oh! Oh! Sing for it. Oh! Sing for it, Kins. Well, we know you'll sing for it, Ladybug. I'm trying to see if Kins will use her vocal cords. What do you think, Kins? You sing for it? Ooh! What do you think? No? You don't want to sing for it? Oh, just snack time? She's like, no, I'm not singing for it. I'll sit, but that's it. You guys already know the drill. We have to give Letty hers first because you guys eat too fast. And back up. Go on. Go on. Back up. Back up. Ladybug. Go ahead. We have these other two. We have them. I've got them. Don't worry. Give Letty a chance to eat hers. I know. Zuma. Let Letty eat hers. Okay, we'll let her get through at least half of it. You guys eat too fast. We know. Zuma. I know. Alright, get down. Ready? Sit. Good girl. Come here. Here. Yeah. Annie's like, I'm gonna eat mine right here. It's not going anywhere. Maybe. Just so we're clear, they have unlimited access to their food. I filled it yesterday, so it looks like there's still 8 pounds of kibble that can drop whenever they go through it. And there's more in the bottom of the container, and there's a whole other bag behind it. We got plenty of kibble. Milk bones are not the only thing they eat. They also get table scraps. Zooey gets treats at damn near every place we stop at when we go inside. And then I've got some duck jerky still in the car. So, right? You like duck jerky. Oh, look at her. She's like, what? Did you just say what I think you said? Duck jerky? What? There, she got really intense. Or was it the phrase in the car? Was it duck jerky in the car? Was that the big one? Because you know what both of those phrases are, don't you? She's super smart. Look at her. She's looking at me like she knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, look at her lips. She's like, I know what you're talking about, Dad. Yeah. Little side glance there for the viewers. Was that what that was? Trying to appease the viewers to get you some duck jerky. You got them wrapped around your finger, little girlie, don't you? Look at you. Adorable. Now I have to pay the cheese tax. No. Bonus food is calorie free. Well, we might have some leftovers here. The only issue with giving them... Look at this. She got intense on leftovers, too. You know what leftovers are? Look at her. Holy. We got some, but Annie likes to bully her way around the kitchen, and it would be similar to the snacks thing. You guys would either hear a lot of commotion happening on this side of the camera, or I would have to stand basically in the way of the camera, and you would miss seeing at least one of the dogs. Because I kind of have to put them in like a triangle pattern when I feed them leftovers. Because as you've seen with the milk bones, Annie will try to take from whoever hasn't finished their food yet. And so I've got to kind of stand in the middle of them. That was the Zoom mind control. Might have been. She was trying her best. I might be getting immune. I think the power comes from kisses, right? The power comes from kisses, and I haven't gotten any in a while. So I think the strength of her mind control has worn off. What do you think? Do you think your power comes from kisses? Your powers of persuasion? Mind control? Cerebral manipulation? No? Yes? Look at you. She is trying to manipulate chat right now. Like full on. Staring at you guys. Wow. When did you learn to be so smart? She knows you guys can convince us. Won't convince me. And look at Letty. Letty's like, it's not working, Zuma. Whatever you're trying. Your mind control is not working. So let's go do this the old-fashioned way. Oh, we could probably do one better than that. We'll pull up your picture, right? And we'll put a piece of peanut butter on your nose. And we'll just film her licking your picture with the peanut butter on your nose. Hey, it's not my phone, it's her phone. She can lick her phone all she wants. We'll have to put it like right in the middle of the screen though. So when she licks it off, but I can get rid of the residue. So that the phone doesn't get chewed when it's not operational, like in my hands. Which 90% of the time it's not in my hands. 99% of the time it's not in my hands. It's usually on the tripod. "3D printable snack phone holder." Snack phone holder. Oh, okay. Peanut butter phone case. No, that's mean, Mrs. Space Time. That's like saying that's the only way a dog will give him any attention is if you smother him in peanut butter. I think just a dab will do. You guys are right. Like almost literally. How much is a riot? 15? Almost literally, you guys are a riot. Oh, it was showing me 9 a second ago. It says 6 now. So you guys are just barely past a group. Not quite a riot. We had a riot in here earlier, didn't we? Didn't we, Zoo? Yeah, we had a riot in here earlier, didn't we? There was at least 25 people, wasn't it? Yeah. Why you give me that blank stare? Your mind control tactics will not work on me. Let's go back to what we were doing here. I enjoyed this one. Let's turn this back on. Slide past you guys. Turn this back on.
Power on.
Power on.
Ready, camera. Phone connected.
No, I was looking for a drum beat here.
Sounds good, Space Nut. Thank you, thank you.
Let's see. Maybe I can attempt this again without having an allergy fit. Maybe. We'll try this again. There it is. We've ended the poll. 38 votes. 65% of the people say inside. So here we are. We're inside still. It could have swung any way. Either direction it could have swung. But this is the one that got voted for. So because it didn't swing in either direction, we stayed inside. At first I thought we were going outside, and then a couple more votes came in, and that was that. Let's see. Do 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 do. think even if we moved it, we wouldn't be able to include them all. Almost. Almost. Because they want to be in the window. Sorry, guys. Sorry. ET's bumping into stuff. Okay. Yeah, camera won't let me include all of the couch and any of the window. So I'm gonna opt for the couch, but I'm gonna tell him to get off the damn table. Get off the table. Get off the table. Come on, get down. Thank you, lady. Suma, get off the table. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, go lay down. Thank you.
Phone is disconnected.
Get this. There we go. Now we got the whole couch. Okay. Get off the table. Thank you.
I think I might have a track glitch here. I don't know.
That's it, guys. Take it easy. Be safe. Stay out of trouble. Be nice to each other.